Okay, that's working. Hello, hello. We're live there. Let's test to make sure that the chat works. We're gonna go here and we're gonna go, yo. Do do do. No new stream. Just copy that quick. Let's get this deleted, remove. Okay, that worked on Twitch. We can close that. Is this gonna work on Kick? Yo. That worked on Kick. Now, why isn't it working on YouTube? It switched. Do, 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 do. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. We are currently live on, ooh, should we try an X stream? Let's try X tomorrow. Hmm. Yeah, we can start the replay buffer. I think so. Uno momento, uno momento. You can stay there, Merle. You're good. Options. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we're good. Do, 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 do. So if I'm curious, if I just hit the 1 and start sending the music over, does it go right away? Hey, looking shredded, my guy. Nice. We might as well open up the caster labs there too. Reviewing your YouTube thumbnails live. Unable to pin. Man, Twitch is just broken. Do 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 do. I guess we'll see if Oh, should we connect our X account to this? Remove source, remove source. Auto activate. Okay, that's working. Okay, nothing's showing, right? Copy password, paste. Oh, now use the authenticator app. Beta activated. Okay, yeah, that works. Let's try it. Let's try going live on X. What did it say? What did that happen? I hit the button. Now let's actually open X. X Media Studio, yes. Producer, live. Where do you actually like view yourself live? If you go to media, does that work? How to start a live video. Tap the camera icon from the code composer. Click live. Go to your application or hardware settings and choose custom streaming server. Select X from the pull down. Log in with your X account. Yep, start streaming your video. Please note, every encoder is a little different, so we advise that you preference applications. And your home timeline, notifications, search, and trends. But it's not here. You know? Guys, do you guys know this? How do I manage the dashboard? Start immediately, start later, public. Science and education. Whoa, did that work? Are we live on X now? Do 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 do. Okay, there, it says I'm live. That goes directly to the broadcast. Sweet. Okay, it worked. We're live on X. Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. So I have to bookmark this page now to all the dashboards. TikTok live, nope, don't need that. Don't need the stream elements, Tangia, Kick. Okay. Dude. That is sweet. Okay. Auto activate, auto activate. Okay, we're in business. We can close the kickbot. We can minimize that. There we go. That was just the bicycle shop. The bicycle shop. We ordered in a large bike, okay? Not an extra. They had an extra large on the floor. I just didn't necessarily know if I need an extra large, so we went with the large bicycle. I'm not a bike guy, so if anyone has any personal context to that, I'd be happy to hear. Stop wishing, start working, that's right. Okay, let's move this over. We being too noisy for you, Merle? That's funny. If we paste this in a Firefox browser, does that... Or wait a second, your channel... New private window, paste. Do 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 do. Okay, let's look at some thumbnails, shall we? Oh, here's a throwback. Holy. Do 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 do. Can we open up an incognito window here? Let's try something. Oh, you gotta sign in to chat? Is that a setting that I have to edit? Yes, yes, please like the stream. It helps me out a lot. Nope, there's no AI content here. Oh, it does work like that. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nice, nice. What happened to the music? Welcome, welcome. We got some folks in here. Do you guys have a YouTube video that you want me to review for you guys? Here, let's add a new stream deck. But we'll change this to full screen 2. Is that better? You guys can see what I'm doing? What do we think about the new... What do we think about the new iOS update. Like, do people like this? Are people going, oh my god, Apple designers, you guys nailed it. The clarity, the legibility, the modernness. This is like a combination of everything that was bad about Windows Vista and Windows 8 mashed into an iOS and branded under Apple, and all the sheeps love it. I don't know. Like, am I missing something here? Like, what is so special about this liquid ass people are talking about? Oh, it did get a little higher quality. Okay. Let's X that. Ha! Exit. We can go to media drive, video. We're on batch 3, ladies and gentlemen. Footage, DS. Let's just put this here. Oh yeah, let's get a video out now. We should have done this earlier. Do. Do. Yeah, let's put it in the footage folder. What do we think about the new iOS update? Like, do people like this? Are people going, oh, I don't know. Am I missing something here? Like, what is so special about this liquid ass people are talking about? Am I missing something here? Like, what is so special about this liquid ass people are talking about? What do we think about the new iOS update? Like, do people like this? Are people going, oh my god, people are talking about? Are people going, oh my god, Apple designers, you guys nailed it. The clarity, the legibility, the modernness. This is like nailed it. The clarity, the legibility, the modernness. This is like a combination of everything that was bad about Windows Vista and Windows 8 mashed into an iOS and branded under Apple, and all the sheeps love it. I don't know. And Windows 8 and branded under Windows 8 and branded under Apple, and all the sheeps love it. I don't know. Like, In, out. There we go. Apple fanboys, Apple fans be like, do. Oh, we got trimmed nostril hairs. My goodness. Ooh. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? What do you think? Okay, that one's done. I think it's just easier to get them out the same day, no? Oh, is YouTube broken right now? Oh, no, we're good. That's right, Helvetica all day, every day. I mean, there's some good fonts out there. I mean, is there a best font? The answer is basically no. But Helvetica's pretty good. Georgia's pretty good. Montserrat is pretty good. Do. My boy Peo is in Silithus. Hey, is he taking my mining nodes? Man, the game runs so clean. Well, should we wait? Okay, let's keep building. Let's keep building the thumbnail vault. Do I have the assets folder open? I do not. No, thank you. I'm not renewing my membership. Game assets, lower thirds. What do we have? Oh yeah, platform logos and icons. I think we need to put a big shape up here. And we need to call this like live assets. MB nail elements. That's what I'm looking for. Enter extra bolds. Yeah, we can make that black. No, whatever. Keep it white. So those are the icons. SEO trophy, don't need that. Definitely don't need the Twitter icon anymore, that's for sure. That's funny. Don't necessarily. Do I need the overlay? Yeah, I mean, like technically, sure. Do 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 do. Let's export this one actually. With my hands on my head. No, so we can do IRL 2 maybe? Silly robots. Hey friend, I love the content you're streaming, but I can see that you need an audience watching your stream so you can start earning $24 an hour with Kick. I can help you with engage your channel and get 3,000 followers, 200 views, and many chance to partner with Kick. So hit me up on Discord now for more information. Streamhive. What the heck? We got any homies on live on Kick right now to drop in? What do we have going on here? How did he see me? Oh, was I out of stealth? Hold on, hold on. Allegedly, hey? What do we got going on here? Good boy, Merle. You can stay there. We can leave it at 110. What do we got for notifications? I wonder what CapCut... Yep. Oh, CapCut, it's mostly for mobile. How do you view your analytics on your X stream? Is that... let's actually just do full. Does this leak my IP? Turn all that down. Multi-kick stream. Welcome to Multi-Kick. You can use this site to watch any number of kick streams at a time. Simply put in the URL and example or chatbot again? What? No way that this works. KickCX is a cloud-based chatbot with custom commands, scheduled messages, and more. No downloads, no servers. It's always online and ready to use. Clip captures, Discord integration. Easily link your Kick community to Discord with our bot, which syncs subscriptions with roles, granting exclusive access to boost engagement and support. Jesus. Multi-kick streaming experience. Quick share options. So we joined this one for AITTS. AI voice cloning voices. What do we have access to? These are the free voices. I see, and then it makes you pay for these other ones. You guys see this here? There he is, the one and only. I added that here command just for you, my friend, just for you. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves. GPB 222 decided to grace us with his presence /wave. The chain command didn't work. That's okay. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. That's all right. That's cool though. That's cool. Wait a second. Wait a second here. Does this guy have an @ here on his channel? Reporting for lurking duty, lol. "24 hours ago, my friend. What were you playing? What were you playing?" Oh, like, is this some old school Zelda? Oh, you gotta get yourself a key light, my little man. I guess I shouldn't be telling you what to do. You've got an infinite amount of more followers than me. We can close that window. We can also close... Playing more games and he gets 545 views. What do I gotta do, man? What do we gotta do? We are uploading YouTube videos on a daily basis. We've got the Clips channel, farming.
Oh, Derek, I'm so down.
And there we go. There's another kickbot. All of the potential of your Kick channel. I specialize in helping streamers like you increase their engagement and followers with organic strategies and platform-specific tips. Would you like to chat for 15 minutes to explore how we can expand your reach? Contact me on Discord. Like, what is going on with this Hassan Piker fellow here?
As a reporter in the report, I feel like a lot of the reporters weren't actually on the highway. The majority of them were like kind of on the side of the highway, but I would be willing to let that one go. And that seems like he very clearly was not being a reporter. He was just doing it for content. He was supporting the cause, right? Like he was there as an activist primarily. Well, he was there for content primarily, but also as an activist.
That your global entry program membership
reporting
is
it is kind of a secondary thing. But again, a LARP. Well, I mean, it's a good LARP, right? And again, like he did respect to Hassan. He did go out there and support a cause that he believed in, and I disagree with the cause. I think he's wrong, but it's still respectable to see somebody go out and actually do something that they believe in, even though I think that it's wrong. And so that's fine.
Don't care. Okay. Let's walk back to our corpse and we'll keep looking at thumbnails, shall we? Up, hop, hop. I don't think we need this voice. Okay, we want to enable them. Search voices. We did add Brian though. Okay, so how do we do this? AI voice cloning, settings. Automatic TTS? What is this? Automatically read every message through TTS? Not affected by cooldown. Don't think I want that. So what do people have to type in? I want to try this here. Voices. Let's just load up. Okay, that did not work.
Find me still searching for someone to lead me. Can you guide me to the revolt inside me? Promise surviving the breach. Promise
Okay, let's capture this here. Settings.
in the sky. Templar igniting fire inside me. Maker remind me. Gone are the days of our peace. Now we reside in the great divide. The promise surviving the breach in the sky. Once we were in our peace with our lives.
Okay, let's try that again.
Once we were not afraid of the dark. Once we sat in our kingdom with hope.
Okay, why didn't that work? Oh, I think we have to control audio via OBS. And I think we have to do this. And we have to go the same thing we would do with Tangia. Monitor and output.
This is ITTS test.
Can you... No, clear queue. Can you resend messages? No, you can't. Can you use Tangia with Kick? Media share, monitor overlay, Discord. But can you use this with Kick? Focus on the media with support, multiple platforms. Get more out of Tangia with the Tangia Pass. Use Tangia with your favorite tools. It says you stream software that has a browser source. You can stream. Oh, right. So let's just like test something here. Streaming dashboard, Tangia. Right. Okay. Interactions. Rude Cormit. Because how would this work with your channel points? Oh, I guess it doesn't because it's on Kick. Ah, never mind. Never mind. Close that. Yeah, all alerts and TTS, everything is going to go through audio track 6. You guys got that? Website mood board, thumbnail database. There we go. All right, let's move this over. Tips appreciated. Yep. Derek's background, about YouTube, Instagram. Yeah. Can I like move this down or something like that? No. That's cool. Started an hour ago? Yeah, that's more like it. Oh, you can delete the message from the chat, but doesn't actually delete from the widget, the browser source. Okay, okay. Ooh, 7 views. Okay, that could use some work. So what happens if you click this here, hook? Do 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 do. These exclusive YouTube channels are like finding a hidden gem in the vast digital landscape. Don't miss a chance to access valuable insights and strategies that can transform your YouTube journey. Ugh. Let's get Notion fired up, shall we? Yeah. Corporal. Do 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 do. Some of this was helpful, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, at the very least, we're going to have to re-export this. If you're stuck streaming to one platform trying to grow a following, and you don't want to miss the trend of multi-streaming to Twitch, Kick, and YouTube at the same time, then head over to atom.tv and download their free multi-stream plugin for OBS. Once installed, make sure the Atom multi-stream dock is showing on this left side-hand panel here. Now, how Atom works is by taking your default stream output in OBS. In my case, that's Twitch. And it duplicates that output to any source that you want. I stream to 2 YouTube channels, to Kick, and I'm starting on X soon. Click the settings wheel in Atom, go to main canvas, add output, select whatever source you want to add. If you're adding Twitch, your stream key is located in the creator dashboard under stream settings. If you want to stream on X, it's in the media producer under sources. If you want to stream on Kick, it's in your basic settings under stream URL and key. And if you want to stream on YouTube, it's in the back end of your live dashboard right here. Now check out this other video on how to split your audio sources in OBS to avoid copyright strikes. V2, let's try that. Now, because in YouTube, it has to actually say 59 seconds. That's the kicker right now. Media drive, videos, batch 3, export. Do, 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 do. What's going on, guys? What are we working on today? How can we blow you up? Let's look at some thumbnails. Whistling Diesel. I'd have to say never ever clickbait ever. That's a hilarious title to have on his banner here. Can you break a diamond with a tank? So this was obviously needed some post-production. You know, there was elements stacked on top of each other. There's layers. 3.8 million, 2.6. What is his most popular video? See, this is the perfect thumbnail right here. It's just a screen grab from the video. We're going to add that to the vault. Nice. Okay. A little bit of editing here, but not that hard to do. Monster Max drives in the ocean. Police, Coast Guard, EPA, DNR called. What is DNR? Hellcat on a horse and buggy wheels goes to the town and does burnouts. This is insane. These thumbnails are incredible. Let's look at some more recent ones, though. Latest. This one's got motion blur. This one's still an overlay. There's some drop shadow, some green or some black outer shadow. Give me till the end of the day and I'll return my $1,000 deposit. That's a pretty good shorts thumbnail. Interesting. Yeah, sure, I don't care. Those can go there. Why does my like Google phone keep just popping off? Do 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 do. Oh, they like puncture the fuel tank or something?
Americans are kind of dumb. We buy these enormous trucks with huge, thirsty engines only to carry one person to and from Walmart every now and then and carry some groceries when we should be buying these. This is a small truck from Japan called a K-truck, and even though it's tiny compared to that Tundra, look how much bigger the bed is, and the bed is configurable. So of course, the tailgate comes down as you'd expect, but so do both of the bed sides, and then you end up with this huge flatbed to carry whatever you want. Now the engine is also tiny, just 43, 44 horsepower, but that will propel this truck to over 80 miles an hour because it's so small. Now of course it only...
Okay, for the record, Canadians are dumb too, right? In Alberta, we are the truck capital of Canada, so we are right in this category too here.
Seats 2 people. So if you have a family, this obviously isn't going to work. It also has a 5-speed manual transmission and a real-time 4-wheel drive system. But look, honestly, folks, for most people, this is much more useful. The bed is low, the truck is small, it gets over 35 mpg, and it's way more useful than what most Americans... Americans are kind of dumb. Josh,
Popular. So they have a bit of a system here. There's no question about that. Look at the difference between these two thumbnails. This one, they're basically just doing a split screen with their branded orange as a big, gigantic block. I think that probably falls under the random category, hey? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that works. Do 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 do.
Why are some
Where did Figma go? Okay, never mind, never mind.
This right here is the entire creator economy.
What does he use for a website? Microsoft Clarity, React. Oh, he built this off React? Sheesh.
So this is my WAP 1.8K day simply from selling this AI tool that just
Yeah, we're just going to start saving a couple of these. Ooh, I could actually... Oh, I could copy this one. I don't think there's a way to distribute rows in Figma, is there? No. Let's just try another artboard. We can duplicate that one. That's how these get really, really big files. Undo. Stupid easy, all lowercase. Let's do a color overlay. File transform. Let's flip this like a bunch of times. We got to flip vertically. World's fastest guide, 59 seconds. Yeah, that works. This one has some power potential. I feel like a yellow arrow would probably be too much color. Oh, that's such a good thumbnail right there. Oh my goodness, that's a gem. I love my job. I like building custom mechanical keyboards, other various materials. Jesus. Jesus. Oh, the memes on X are real. Hey, what's this? This could be huge right here. Disney and Universal have sued AI company Midjourney, the Midjourney, for copyright infringement. Midjourney is a bottomless pit of plagiarism. Is this a quote from Disney executives? We're bringing this action today to protect the hard work of all of the talented artists who work and entertains and inspire us. Like, oh my goodness, like why why has it taken like 3 years for something like this to come out? Let's check out the article here. Disney and Universal team up against Midjourney for an AI copyright lawsuit. What about OpenAI blatantly even plagiarizing my work? Okay, literally ask it a question about me and ask it about an article I read, and it'll start pulling content from my own website. For the blah, 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 and it focuses on creating a new database based on existing data, and it's been in a lot of the news recently. Earlier this week, a BFI report found that more than 130,000 movies and TV scripts have been used to train generative AI models. Prior to this, there's AI generator trend on ChatGPT, which saw hundreds of people creating images in the style of Studio Ghibli. Yeah, exactly. Wonder what ended up happening with that. The issue is that with no law in place, tech companies are operating in a legal gray zone. However, Disney Universal is refusing to put up with it. The legal complaint filed on Wednesday, June 11th, is the first time major Hollywood companies have sued over AI image-generated content. According to Times New York, Midjourney is one of the many firms that uses data to train their generative models. Hollywood Studios claims the firm helped itself countless copyright work from various properties which in turn allows users to create imagery with blatant, incorporate, and copy Disney and Universal's famous characters. Someone, Disney's general counsel said, "We are bullish on the promise of AI technology and optimistic about how it can be used responsibly." Yeah, right. As a tool to further human creativity. But piracy is piracy. Arr. And the fact that it's done by an AI company that does not make it any less infringing. I mean, is this going to be a downhill battle, or an up the creek battle without a paddle? I am going to pay attention to this because I don't remember what happened with the writers' strike last year, or not last year, like 2 or 3 years ago. I remember there was what was it? Tyler Perry was building a like many $1 million production studio, but he canceled that because of AI. And now we're actually seeing Disney, and Universal kind of start opening up some lawsuits against this. I mean, I'm happy to see it. So all fan art is plagiarism. The AI lawsuits are only getting started. Who is this fellow here? I see. Fan art does not involve stealing things that don't belong to you and telling a robot to generate images using the things you stole. It's the same process. You see something with your eyes, process it with your computer brain, then you tell your brain to generate with pen and pencil and paper. I see what he's saying. What are the replies to this? Nah, because the difference is AI takes pictures online from the source. When you draw something from your brain, it isn't stealing directly from the movies. It's putting your own interpretation or imagination. You've had to see it more than once. Like a movie, you see the movie, your brain remembers it, then it generates it on paper. Exactly the same process. Difference is that you're taking actual files and the data from someone else instead of seeing something and trying to replicate it using your brain. The things in your brain can't be converted into actual storage. Your brain is your storage. Who is this guy? Bro, you're coping. The human brain is not a computer, regardless of how it works. Like one, and to honestly answer your question, depending on how big it gets and how someone monetizes it, yes, fan art can have legal action taken against it. That is true. Fan art can, especially when people are profiting off of fan art. I don't want to disagree with Disney Universal, but I don't like AI stealing art. I'm being torn apart. Hey, yeah. Let's actually start with a question. Do you think anything will actually happen? Very, very interesting. So you can now get sued for typing something into a computer. Why am I seeing this stupid, like, not interested in this? That's like, I don't want to see that. Don't want to see the nose, okay? Midjourney is going to show up to court with an AI lawyer. Mm. Howdy, howdy, everyone. Do 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 do. That's very, very interesting. Silly robots. Welcome to the chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. That sounds serious. Interesting. They're talking to you. They are talking about you in this Discord server. No, they're not. No, they're not. Really? Really? If they're talking about me, what are they saying? Huh? They saying how handsome I am? Hmm? That sounds like a bot message. What is this here? Mm, let's see here. Interesting. Oh, well, that's good. Okay, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. We are actually going to be, if you want to personally up here, I lost OBS. There we go. Making coffee, be right back. Oh, it's right there. I always miss it. Do 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 do. All right, we have to make a quick X post here. Channel roles. We got to make a quick post here. Oh, they know about it. To stop the spam, you can use our moderation feature to automatically delete these messages. Go to moderation section of the Kickbot dashboard, add gg/kickbot. Your custom banned words. Okay, let's just do that. Cloudbot. Okay, I think that should have worked. What? I'll 100% admit the bots on at kick. I'll 100% admit the bots on Kick streaming are quite a bit more clever than Twitch, lol. Reviewing your YouTube thumbnails. Where is that guy? What up, thick boy, he says. We ain't that thick. Are we thick at all? Hey, how's it going, my friend? What's up? What's up? Group chat. Is this built on... Oh. Day, it's going good today. How goes it? Do you have a YouTube channel? Do you got a video you want me to review? Need some thumbnails? Need some strategic criticism? I think that you're a bot. I think that you're a bot. That's not what the stream's about today. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. How am I a bot? Usually when I ask people if they're a bot, they say no. So there we go. Maybe you're not a bot. Why would I have an opinion on 911? That's the emergency services number. When you need help, call 911. Isn't that what they say? We just had a big wave of bots in here. Don't take it personally. You're never curious? Nah. Not really. Wasn't there a documentary that said it was an inside job or something like that? I don't know necessarily how many Canadians like think too much about that. Plus, it was like more than 20 years ago. I bet you and I were just a wee lad. It's probably great being a Canadian. Yeah, it's not bad. Funny, Canadians say the same thing about Americans. Not to say you are. I don't know where you live, but people lots of Canadians say, yeah, it must be great to be an American. Isn't there literally a country song about like, it's great to be an American? You're not American? Oh, that's all right. The US is beautiful. So many beautiful states. I've only ever been to California and well, I should say like San Diego, California, and Seattle, Washington. Those are the only two states I've been in. Yeah, we have different we totally. I know lots of people that have firearms. I don't know the specifics of the type of like firearms you're allowed to have, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of gun shops around. There's like different laws around like having firearms exposed in your house. Like I don't think you're allowed to have a gun on the wall. You know, like even some streamers, right? They'll have a big, you know, I'm not a gun guy personally. They'll have a big fight, you know, a gun hanging on the wall, an AR or something rather, and a machine gun of sorts. I don't think that you're allowed to do that here. You got to have some kind of like trigger lock, and the weapon has to be decommissioned. Do you think it's easy to immigrate to Canada? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I have no clue. I was born and raised, so I can't relate too much context, but it's cold here, man. You don't want to immigrate. People don't want to like the most of the people that immigrate to Canada. From my experience, they move away because of the bad weather. It rains a lot. It's cold. We get like 7-8 months of winter. Nah, man, you don't know cold. The thing is that when you're hot, you know, it's like it's easy to do things to cool you down, but when it's cold and the entire country freezes and it's -40, yeah, like things shut down. It's too cold. Too cold. That's just what I hear. Everyone, most of the people that immigrate to Canada, the foreigners that come here, they all complain about the weather. It's like we do not have great weather here, and it's expensive, right? The cost of living has arguably quadrupled over the past 10 years. And I mean, of course, it depends. It has doubled to quadrupled over the past 10 years, depending on where you live. There's pretty much, unless you want to live in the middle of nowhere where, you know, you can't have a grocery store and, you know, you have got to drive several hours to go to like a hardware store. You know, most of the time, most people can't afford to live here. What do you think is a good salary to live a great life? To live a great life in Alberta, I mean, everyone's definition of greatness is a little bit different. You're definitely going to have to be in that 6-figure salary range. Like your household income is going to have to be 100,000 or more. I don't even think that you can really get by a whole lot unless you have a 100,000 or more household salary. And if you want to live like I live in the sticks in the middle of Alberta, and that's to say here, if you want to live in a Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, you need to be pulling in $250,000 a year. I mean, you often can't even find a place to like a roof over your head for less than 4 or 5,000 a month in some of these areas. You know, so there we go. Half of your whole income is just going to go for towards rent or a mortgage. It is too expensive. Like Canada, like I just said, Canada has quadrupled in price over the past 10 years. So where I live, you cannot buy a house for less than 4 to 500,000. Like you can live in a tiny townhouse with dozens of neighbors and no yard and no garage, sure, for cheaper, but then you're going to be stuck there forever. I don't know where you live, but you know, it's Canada's not as great as it used to be. It's too expensive. Yeah, it's way too expensive. I mean, unless you want to work, you know, 5 jobs and sacrifice 3 to 5 years of your life to save up, you know, Canada's too expensive. That's just from my personal perspective. If I lived somewhere and I needed to move to a different country, I'd probably move someplace cheaper. If the whole world is your oyster, right, and you can pick anywhere to live, I don't think I'd pick Canada. I mean, there's definitely great things about here, right? But just purely the cost of living is way too much. Like, I hear people in the US, like you can move to states like West Virginia and North Carolina. I'm looking up a map on the wall right there. You know, Idaho, Utah, a lot of those, what are the kind of the Midwestern states? Oh yeah, you can get a house with land and you know, multiple acres and Quonsets and outbuildings. Yeah, for like 200 or 300 grand. If you want to buy that here, it's $1 million. I'm used to it. Like I'm born and raised here, so this is what I know, but like take it from me, like no cap. There's a lot of, you know, they call it season what is sad seasonal. Yeah, they call it, look at this. Oh, gaming is off. Why is my camera gone? They literally call it seasonal affective disorder. It's called SAD. It feels normal for me. I mean, you'll never get used to the cold, man. Cold is cold. -40 is -40. You don't get used to that. But like we have a disorder in Canada known as, the acronym is SAD, right? It literally makes people depressed and sad. And people that live out in the coast, like, you know, Vancouver or out, you know, like Toronto, Newfoundland, stuff like that, they get what they call SAD. And people just get fucking depressed, you know, for 6 to 10 months a year because it's cold, there's no sun, it's cloudy, it's rainy, it's windy. Like there's like everything is brown and gray, nothing grows. Yeah. Yeah, if you came here alone, I think that you would definitely, I think that, well, the odds are stacked against you, right? Statistically speaking, you would probably come here and be very depressed. And I meet people all the time that come here, you know, there's always, you know, foreigners visiting, people immigrate for professional reasons, right? For their occupation. And a lot of people hate the weather here. It makes them depressed. And like, what's worse than being depressed? Cold and depressed. You know what I mean? You can be depressed and, you know, sit on a beach or in the desert, right, with your toes in the sand and be warm and at least depressed. But being cold, lonely, and depressed, that'd be pretty terrible. Like even for me right now, it's like we're in peak summer, right? It's June 11th. And it is 22 degrees outside right now. Do you know how cold that is this time of year? 22 degrees. and windy and cloudy. So there's no sun is shining, right? And you just have cold air. Like this is supposed to be summer. Yep, Celsius. Celsius. 22 Celsius. I even think it's much colder than that. Like I'm wearing like I let the dog out and I'm wearing it's cold when there's no sun and it's windy, right? I bet you in the shade it's you know, I'm not going to leak my location or nothing like that, but I bet you in the shade it's like 15, 16 degrees. You say not that cold, but this is our summer. This is our summer, man. You know, you're not going outside in shorts and a t-shirt. No, it's 3:30 p.m. We are like, this is the peak heat of the day, right? We are right in the middle of the afternoon. And then as soon as the sun goes down, you know, give it 3 or 4 more hours, it'll drop, you know, about 10 more degrees. At nighttime here, it's 20. Oh yeah, nighttime here, it's 0, right? You know, you get up in the morning, you see your breath. No word of a lie. Yeah. We really only about, you know, July and August can be nice, but that's 2 out of your 12 months a year. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, it's not for everyone. Definitely not for everyone. I mean, even just look statistically, right? Doesn't the United States have like 15 times the population of Canada? People just like to live there more. I think a lot of Canadians are here because they were born here. No, I guess I'm just speaking for myself, right? But yeah, like I'll show you. Can you see this on the phone? Right? It's 3:31. Can you see the time there? I got to cover my face. No. Either way, yeah, 22 degrees. Cold AF. And like even when the sun is out, okay? When it's like quote unquote warm and you're outside in a t-shirt and shorts, it's too cold to like go to the water. You know, you're not going like swimming in the lake. Yeah, I think like Spain and Italy, you're closer to the equator, right? So the minimum and maximum of your temperatures like they change, or they're sorry, the minimum, like the highs and lows of your temperature, the closer to you are to the equator, it makes you like it makes it more consistent, right? Yeah. Just looking here. Oh yeah, way further, way closer to the equator. And Morocco. I don't actually, where is Morocco? Oh, there. Okay, yeah, yeah. So if we Morocco. Yeah, you know, Italy's here. If I was able to draw some like horizontal lines here, like I'm right by Calgary, Alberta. That's like our, well, I think Edmonton is the capital of Alberta, but yeah. And you know, basically nothing grows. You know, you can kind of, if you look at Saskatchewan here, you can kind of see this line, and like nothing, nothing really happens north of here. It's just all, so yeah, like Canada's pretty big, but like quite literally nothing happens here. All of this is too cold. All of this area, everyone just has to live in the south right here, and it's still cold. So if you're in Morocco, you know, I don't know where. Morocco's you know, decent sized place, but it's like if you look at the horizontal line, yeah, you're right kind of in the temperature of Louisiana, you know, Texas, you know, New Mexico, Mexico. Let's see, where is oh, right there. You're on the coast, my guy. Not too bad, not too bad. See, at least when you're hot, you can go and dip your toes in the ocean. You got some nice beaches here. Actually, looks kind of cliff-like. But I mean, I'm like 3,000 kilometers from the ocean, right? When you're here, you either have to wind your way in through the BC mountains here and go to Vancouver. Vancouver's all right, but this is really cold. Or I think I'm like 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers if you want to drive to the ocean here. So, but you said Italy. I've always wanted to go to Italy. So if you look at like the horizontal line here, yeah, Italy would probably be great temperature. You know, you're kind of in that New York, Michigan, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, so like it could still get cold, but you're going to have really nice days. The thing with like where I live in here in Alberta is that because it gets cold at night, everything gets cold, like the concrete buildings, the houses, the streets. So it never really warms up too much here. Yeah, they're literally too good. I've heard Portugal. I've heard Portugal has like beautiful. Oh, that's actually really close to where you are. I met a guy in a plane. We were on a vacation in like we went to Montreal in Quebec a few years ago. Yeah, we went to Montreal. Beautiful, beautiful weather. We met a guy. Oh yeah, so when you look at the like the latitude of Portugal and Montreal, very similar weather. The guy we met on the plane, he was flying back to Portugal, said that it was like almost exact same weather, Montreal to Portugal. I think it's because of the way things are in the ocean and everything. It's really it's like it's a very cold and windy coast that we have. It's just freezing when you go over here and stand by the water. But yeah. Portugal, Spain. That's kind of cool. Is there like a bridge here, I wonder? Where would I prefer to live if I had to choose? Well, I mean, that's kind of a loaded question because there's a bunch of different options. Like if you, just a ferry. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is probably a pretty long distance. It looks kind of short, but I mean, I don't necessarily want to live, like Morocco is probably too hot for me because I've lived in the cold for so long. But where would I want to live? It's about 15 kilometers. Yeah, that'd be a long ass bridge. I mean, I really hear.
Derek, I'm so down.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I hear that's like North Carolina, Nashville, Tennessee, South Carolina, all that sort of stuff. Like I hear just like the weather, the culture, the cost of living is really low. Somewhere, I think they kind of call this the Midwest in this big section here. Miami? See, I hear that like Miami is probably beautiful, but it's expensive, man. Like I think Miami, I think, well, I'm sure there's probably there's cheap places to live in Florida, but like anytime you want to live by the water, it's just expensive. I don't want to work, for the rest of my life. It's not my goal to spend the next like I'm still young. I'm not too sure how you are. Sorry, I'm not too sure how old you are, but do you really want to work till you're, 60, 70, 80? You're going to have some of the people that want to retire in Miami and California and New York and you're 21. That's exactly my point. Do you want to spend the next 50 years working just so you can live in Miami? What if you could, everyone has to work. Everyone's got to make money, right? That's actually what I almost talk about every single day here on this channel. By the way, we're live on Kick and YouTube and Twitch. But in any case, like if you want to live in one of these areas, You haven't even started living. There we go, right? You have like your whole entire adult life, you know, in front of you. If I was doing it all over again, I would try to live in a cheaper area. You know, you don't want the stress of having to make $250,000 a year just to afford a mortgage payment. You know what I mean? Doesn't that seem wild? It could just be me. That's just the way I think. That's real modern freedom there. And I'm sure like some of these states are not as amazing. Like, granted, I've never been to these. Like, I've never been to Iowa, I've never been to Nebraska or Kansas, but I know people in, you know, in some of these other states, and I don't know, it looks pretty nice. Cheap land, cheap cost of living. You know, if you're skilled at what you do, you can kind of make money everywhere. Personally, love to go live on an island and buy a small house, you know, live off the land and a small salary. Yeah, I actually think, what is the guy's, I watched a YouTube video. Here, I gotta look at my YouTube history here for a second. Let me send you a really interesting video, man. If you're actually serious, like, cheapest land in Canada. This video here, I'm not gonna watch it. We watched this the other day. Take a look at this video here. He goes over. I'll just pull up the. Where does he have it here? This is kind of okay. Well, let's figure out what number one is. Finish up your little chart here. Yeah, what's number one? Come on, man. Show me what number one is. Either way, I can't remember what the most expensive place is, but you can find, or sorry, what the cheapest place is. You can find like $476 Canadian per acre, right? Like, I'm not too sure if you know how big an acre is. I think it's roughly around like, isn't it like 25,000 square feet? Right? So you can go and buy like 15, 20 acres for like a couple $1,000. And sometimes, yeah, you can find, like if you go here, you can move out to, yeah, if that's actually what you want to do and like live out on an island, like you can move out here to Nova Scotia and like live somewhere here. Yeah, exactly. But it's cold here though. That's the thing. Like, oh, I actually knew someone who lived in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, right here. This is a pretty cheap place to live. You know, for a few $100,000 in total like money, you can get some land, build a cheap little bungalow, have some property, you know, get your chickens. You know, I'm not too sure if you're a hunting man, but you can absolutely have a firearm and go hunting, you know, deer, elk, moose. Buy some bulk meat, buy a cow every year like myself, you know, have a freezer full of 500 pounds of beef. You'd get myself a nice horse. I'm afraid of horses, but yeah, they could, there's your cheap transportation. You buy cows? Yeah, totally. Here, let me show you a picture. Where do we have here? Google Images. I pull this up all the time on stream. I should really just really just save these to like my desktop or something like that. Where are they? I store it in the freezer. Come on, I've been doing this, like, I even have a video on my YouTube channel about buying a cow. Where the heck did it go? February? When did I head out? It's not as big as you would think. Why? There we go. Here we go. Open image and new tab. Okay. You want to see, I don't know. Okay, I don't know why it's all like off to the left like this. Here we go. This is what a whole cow looks like. This, well, this is about 440, you know, let's just say 450 pounds of meat, right? All of these packages here, this is ground beef. We actually have some bison steaks and stuff like that in the door here. We sometimes buy a full bison too. But you got to think, right? If you like look at a cow, a cow, you know, 700 pounds. I mean, there's really big cows too, but then like the bones are going to weigh 50, 80 pounds, the hide, the brain, all of the organs, you know, you kind of, you like, well, you strip all that away. You're talking like, you know, a 800 pound cow is actually going to get processed down into, you know, 450, maybe 500 pounds of meat. And in contrast, like if you go to a grocery store and just buy ground meat, you'll pay between like $10 and $12 a pound just for ground meat, right? If you want to buy some ribeyes or T-bone steaks or top sirloin, right, then you can pay, you know, 20, 30, even up to 50. I think if you go and buy some beef tenderloin, you can pay $50 a pound. You know, you can spend $50 on 2 little tiny steaks like this. But when you buy a whole cow, everything's averaged out to one price. So you would actually only pay about $8 to $10 Canadian per pound for everything, though, right? You're getting prime rib, you're getting rib roast, you're getting chuck, all your ground meat, you know, stewing meat for well, for stews, you know, we do usually get a couple big bags of bones to make bone broth and everything. But there we go, right? You spend $3,000. That's your meat for the whole year for you and the missus, or depending on what your relationship is. And you know, there's your meat for a couple $100 a month. You know, that all you need is like produce, and you're golden. That's the dream right there. You know. Okay, open image and new tab. You get a cow, right? You got a freezer full of meat, and then you get your wife or your partner to make you some sourdough bread every week. You got a little vegetable garden and some chickens in the back. You're set, man. Your living and your food costs are half of what most people pay. In Morocco, and sheep costs around $400 for yeah, I guess yeah, sheep are pretty small. Yeah. My wife is a big sourdough enthusiast. She's been making a weekly loaf for a couple years, and yours truly gets to eat it. It's awesome. Here, I'll show you some of I just searched up bread in my Google Images. Check this out. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. It's like, it's pretty expensive here, you know. It's like you got to get your life set up first before you start having a family, or else you're just poor and broke for the rest of your life, though. Look at this loaf of bread. Delicious. Square loaves, not just round loaves. I guess these are rectangle, right? What's sourdough? How would you describe sourdough bread. We have wheat bread. So this is still, so sourdough bread is a type of naturally, can I zoom in here? Naturally leavened bread known for its distinctive tangy flavor and chewy texture. It's made with sourdough starter, a mixture of flour, so that's wheat, and water containing a yeast and bacteria. Instead of commercial yeast, this naturally fermented gives sourdough its characteristics, and it says sour taste, but it's really not like sour as in like a sour candy. It just has, imagine just like the undertone of like a Greek yogurt or something like that. It just has a little bit of, you know, kind of in the back of your tongue. It's quite nice. It has a lot of flavor, like white bread and a lot of brown bread. It just, you know, just tastes like mass-produced cardboard. So it technically is a wheat bread, but here, I'll just go grab it from the kitchen. I'll show you what this looks like. There we go. Here we go. You've probably never ever seen this before. So this is sourdough starter. Now, I'm not sure if, are you familiar with what kombucha is? Like, and like the live bacteria? I'm just trying to like create an analogy to compare this. So this is a fermented sourdough starter with water and flour. That's it. So like, it's called a starter. Yes, it's like naturally occurring yeast. This will actually grow. Like if you leave this in the right temperature and you give it a little bit of water and give it a little bit of flour, like a water flour mixture, this will like grow as like, cause it's live, right? It's like making, yeah, it's like making kombucha or making your own yogurt, but this is like a live bacteria, right? And that's what makes like sourdough bread have all like, it's so spongy and it's got all the holes and it's very fluffy and it's so good for like sandwiches and like toasting. It's honestly amazing. It's my favorite kind of bread. It looks too crispy on the outside. That's the way like North Americans like it. We like a very crispy sourdough. But if you type in like fluffy sourdough, you can get it. It's just the way of making it. And then let's see, like this is super soft. I like a nice crusty crust. Like I rarely eat sandwiches. Like I toast all of my bread and, you know, we put cheese or peanut butter and jam or butter and eggs or something like that. Yeah, you can still make fluffy sourdough bread, but it's like, this is just the way a lot of North Americans make it. Very, where did my OBS go? Yeah, very crusty. And you cook it in like a cast iron, what's it called? A Dutch oven, you know, something like this. That's why it gets so, because like cast iron retains so much heat. So it really bakes that crust in and gets it nice and crispy. But then it also helps keep it so moist. Like no one likes, you know, dry, powdery bread. So when you have a nice crusty exterior, it kind of holds all the moisture in the bread. I am not a bread maker. I can just tell you about stuff that I've heard from, you know, my wife and her family. Actually, I married into a family with a whole bunch of bakers and chefs, so I get spoiled with good food. But this is why it looks crispy. But you can make it, you know, soft and fluffy. That's just the way we like it here. But honestly, man, you can go to like a local market in my area, and you will pay $25 for a loaf of bread like this. but you can make it for yourself for like $2 or $3. There are some places that will charge like $40 for an artisan loaf of sourdough bread. People pay for convenience, right? This is like the cast iron Dutch oven that we have. Very, very similar. Yeah, it's very expensive. It's like if you take like a $20, like a $20 to $30 loaf of bread, quite literally, your costs, you're paying, it's like $2 a slice. It's ridiculous. This is what I'm telling you. Yeah, bakery, $4 there. Everything is so expensive in Canada, man. Inflation has gotten way out of control. It is just wild. Yeah. Sad, but that's where we're at. That's where we're at. And I hear, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe you've got some context on this, but I always hear that people say that like the bread over in Europe and like probably Morocco too, right? You guys are all so close together. It's like your guys is like the wheat and like it's just better for you. I don't know. I'm not sure if you know much about that. I just hear lots of people say that. You eat bread with everything. Yeah, I mean, if you eat, I mean, well, granted, like we make sourdough bread ourselves, so it's like very clean ingredients and basically organic because nothing is bad in there. But people that eat bread every day here are morbidly obese. Yeah. Am I into cars? Well, that's another thing. You kind of need to have a four-wheel drive truck or an SUV. Because when it snows 3 or 4 feet a year, you get locked down with the car, right? You can't really go anywhere very fast. So yeah, I mean they're all right. I used to be a mechanic by trade before I started doing this. Oh yeah, you can definitely buy sports cars, but people leave them in their garage for literally like 9 to 10 months a year. Because like the weather is hard on them, they don't want to leave them outside. Yeah, like there are sports cars and there are motorcycles here. I'm not trying to steer you wrong, right? There's BMWs, there's Corvettes, there's Mercedes, there's Mustangs. There's you name it. The rich people have sports cars, but the vast majority of vehicles that you see on the road are trucks and SUVs. Here, I'll just show you. I'm gonna type in Alberta highway. With vehicle, I don't know. These are terrible search terms. It's like, yep, this is winter here. Vehicles blowing over. I was just trying to find like, okay, I'll just say Calgary highway. Whoops. There we go. Open. I think I know this is the Deerfoot. What do you see here? Yeah, sure. There are some cops. Or sorry, that's a cop car. There are some cars. Like SUV or truck, SUV, truck. All of these, like look at these. Truck. Like I would say 50. If you have a car, it's just because you haven't bought a truck yet. Right? It's you really, I say you need, but it's a huge lifestyle upgrade to have a truck. But yeah, this is literally, I think this is what's called the Stony Trail in Calgary. And look, there's snow right there, And it's dangerous to be in a little car because there's so many, yeah, you're right, it is dangerous. Because there's so many big vehicles. When you're in a little tiny, Honda Civic, little Toyota Tercel, something like that, you get smushed by an F-150. Yeah, I drive a truck and my wife has an all-wheel drive car. Yeah, the free healthcare in Canada it's like a little bit of a meme. only in the sense that, like, yes, it's technically free, but just because, like, okay, let me ask you, how often do you find things that are good that are free? Right? When you go to a restaurant that has, you know, free breadsticks or whatever, is it really high quality bread? Not really, you know. You go to I don't know, whatever, a place and get something for free. It's usually just not, it's usually kind of average or below par. And that's kind of the general consensus about our healthcare system, is that yes, it's, well, actually it's technically not even free, because it comes out of your taxes, right? Uh, most Canadians pay between like 5 and 20,000 a year in taxes that go towards their healthcare, right? So if you were just to get us some healthcare insurance, you could, you know, just allocate that money differently. Okay, to answer your exact question, my wife wears glasses, and there is no Canadian healthcare coverage for eyewear. So if you have to get glasses, you have to pay for them yourself. I think that you can get, like, so the government will give you one free eye exam a year so you can go and see an optometrist. But if the optometrist says that you need glasses, that comes out of your own pocket. Yeah, and if you want laser eye surgery, it can be upwards of $3,000 per eye, between like 1 and 3,000 per eye. And that comes out of your pocket. So then, like, why are we paying $10,000 a year in our taxes, for, you know, for our quote unquote free healthcare when we have to pay for this stuff anyway, right? It is expensive, yeah. But if you break your arm, right? Say you were out riding your bike, right? Or heck, if you just tripped on and fell down a set of stairs, you know, while you were out for a walk and you broke your leg or broke your arm or whatever, you know, you can just go to the hospital and they'll fix you up for free. However, you might need to wait, you know, 5, 10, 20 hours in an emergency room because there's a big backup. Do you guys have that thing where you need to pay tips in restaurants? Yeah, tipping culture is really big here. And even actually over the past couple of years, you know, you'll go to a place like McDonald's, and they'll sometimes have a tip option, or a Starbucks, right? It's one thing if you're going to a sit down restaurant and you have good service, and the waiter or waitress is very, you know, caring and provides, you know, a good experience, and the food is amazing, you know, sure, then that's different. But, well, I mean, that's kind of ingrained into our system with it being optional. Like, I think that there's laws in Canada around, like, there's a minimum wage, right? I think it's $15 an hour. But I think that if you're a bartender or a waiter, I think that they can even pay you less than minimum wage, because they're hoping that you're going to be really good at your job, and, you know, your wage will be offset by tips. Software engineering student, yeah, I mean, you'd probably have to, if you would have to move to a place like Calgary, right, where there's going to be some, you know, some tech jobs, you know, because even if you're working remotely, a lot of people want you to be around, like, a head office. Like, I think that I shouldn't say I think, like, the tech places of Canada are Toronto and Vancouver, right? So if you're a computer science or software engineer, you know, type of line of work, yeah, you can move here, right? And you could move to Vancouver, and you could, like, I've been to Vancouver. I'm actually going to Vancouver, or heading to BC next week, on a trip. But you could go to Vancouver with an experienced, you know, software engineering degree and some work experience underneath your belt, and you could probably make, you know, 150, maybe 200,000 a year in a senior position. But I kid you not, man, you're gonna pay $1 million for a house, for a shitty house in Vancouver. Like, here, let me just pull up another window here. Let's go to like, let's look up some. Can I just like just view the map? Yeah, that's actually another thing. Being a foreign buyer, like I think you have to live in Canada for, don't quote me on this, but like because you're not, even if you get, maybe I'm mistaken. I wanted to say that you have to live in Canada for like 2 or 3 years before you there's something called like a foreign buyer's tax. So if you come here from another country to buy property, yeah, you do pay like a lot in taxes. Yeah. And even like British Columbia, like in Vancouver, they have a provincial sales tax and your general sales tax. So even if going to a grocery store and, you know, buying a pizza, you're going to pay 15% in tax, man. Tax. Plus like a 30-40% income tax. Like it's just it's like I said, it's just sound like I'm on repeat. It's just expensive. But yeah, like you want to live in Vancouver, what can you even get in Vancouver for $300,000 to $600,000? Now, don't get me wrong. This is like you $300,000 to $600,000 can get you a really nice house in Alberta, or not necessarily Calgary. You got to move into a little town basically. So what I'm seeing here is not a single one of these are houses, right? If you want to live in a residential vacant condo, I want to find a house. How do you sort it by property type? Vacant land, recreational, multifamily. That seems weird. You can't filter out condos. But like, do you really want to pay $500,000 and live in an apartment for the rest of your life? Basically, I'm just trying to show you there's no way you're getting even in that Ben Prescott video, like he goes and shows here, because this guy lives in BC, right? This is a video I linked to you. He lived in Vancouver, like the greater Vancouver area, and he moved into the middle of BC to there we go. Look, you want to live in a house like this? I'm not too sure how big this is showing. $3.5 million for a little bungalow. Like I live in a house like this, right? It's actually like my door is in the middle of my house, but like the place I live in is not too much different than this. Yeah, look at here. Like this is Surrey, BC. This isn't even in Vancouver, right? This is like an hour and a half from downtown Vancouver. And here in Toronto. So what I'm saying is, yeah, you can have a really good, computer science or engineering, software engineering degree. But if you want to go and live in a place where you can get a tech job, like this is quite literally how expensive it is. I mean, there is an infinite amount of reasons as to why it's $3 million or $2 million. It's people want to live by the ocean. People want to live in Vancouver. It's, Vancouver and Toronto are some of the nicest weather in Canada. So, that's like the lifestyle cost, sometimes people call it. But yeah, you can pay like an eighth of this and buy a place for $500,000. But then you have to settle with -40 winters for 10 months a year, for it being not very warm in the summer, for you're not going to live close to an airport. There's not going to be very good, tech jobs in your case. So that is the reality of our Canadian landscape. That is the honest truth. Like I'll even just go here. Where was MLS again? Let's bump this up to like 1.5 million, and we'll just start at $1 million. Like even the fact that just to even qualify for a $1 million mortgage, like your household income would have to be in that $200,000 to $300,000 a year. Like that is wild. Here we go. $1.2 million in Vancouver. A 1,200 square foot house. This is what you're getting for $1.5 million. So I'm not saying this place isn't nice, but you're going to be working for 50 years to pay this off. Let's just find a place. Pitt Meadows. I've been to Pitt Meadows before. Website's slow. Okay, that's loading for some reason. It's taking a while. So yeah, like Vancouver hub is right there, but they call this like the greater Vancouver area. And it is just, in my opinion, it's like unobtainable. Why aren't any of these? I don't know why they're not loading. Oh, there we go. So look at that. You've got a tiny ass lot, right? 5,208 square meters. Not that big. Like you're talking like not even a quarter of an acre. Look at this in property taxes. This is just like this never goes away. Even if this house was paid off, you want to pay like almost $7,000 a year in property taxes, my guy? Crazy. But yeah, a place like this in a small town, like I said, I'm not knocking this house. Like the house would be a great place to live, but you're paying $1 million because it's Vancouver. Look up Zillow 128. Okay, let's look at this. $3 million. I often forget about Zillow. We just use realtor.ca. $3 million, 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 3,100 square feet. So it's a big house. It's grand. Lots of bathrooms and bedrooms. Yeah, like this place is nice. If you like, this is a bit more of a mid-century modern aesthetic. Looks very new, very clean. Like I like this. Don't get me wrong. But there's not a chance in hell that I will ever be able to afford a $3 million house. It's like, look at it this way. Rate hub, mortgage calculator, right? If you bought a $3 million house, you need a 20% down payment, right? This is your minimum down. Like this is like a Canadian mortgage calculator. Do you know how long it would take you to save up $600,000? And then you're going to have a $12,000 a month mortgage payment? Like, what are we doing, man? Like, are you crazy? Yeah, like this place is nice. Definitely don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. I could be wrong, but it doesn't look like you have a yard, right? There's no, like, where are you gonna kick a ball around, right? Where are you gonna have a fire in your backyard and and hang out with your friends? Like, is this just your house? This little, postage stamp of an area? Like, beautiful property. I'm not saying it's ugly, but this is not freedom. It's just not. This is a trap, right? So that's just the truth. Like, I would say this house looks very average, right? There's nothing fancy about this place at all. It's been on the market for 49 minutes. So you've got a 6,000 square foot piece of land, a 1,900 square foot house, again, $4,700 a year in property taxes, and that payment never goes away, right? That's, you know, this is a car payment for the rest of your life, and it's going to go up every single year. I mean, it looks cozy. This looks like, you know, this could be very comparable to the place that I live. It's not new. It's not updated. Just, you know, it's well maintained, well cared for, simple, predictable. So like the only way, like I know people that have moved to BC and moved to Vancouver, and you know, they'll buy a $3 million house with 5 bedrooms, but they have to rent out to like 3 different people, right? You're going to live in here and you're going to rent out every bedroom for, you know, $800 to $1,000 a month just for a bedroom, right? And that's going to offset like half of your mortgage payment. But then again, you're still stuck with the $6,000 a month mortgage payment. Like, no. No, I don't even know how people save up $600,000 a year. That's insane. That is insane, bro. But I can tell you're thinking about the right kind of things, right? You're getting a good education, right? The tech sector is never going to go away. And I mean, I know AI is going to shake things up. I'd be curious to hear your opinion on that, but just save your money, you know, and try to save up a down payment to buy a place. And if you could save up $50,000, you know, Canadian or US, you'd be setting yourself up for life. There are ways to like pay the minimum taxes. I mean, if you have a business and like a limited liability corporation, like an LLC, hey, what's going on, Mr. Timo? Generational wealth only works if your family has been here for generations. Yeah, you can pay like reduced taxes if you have your own business. Like I'm a business owner, so is my wife, right? I mean, that's a different topic. I do consulting and I work in marketing, and my wife runs a hair salon. So like we are technically business owners, and you can claim expenses and liabilities and write off like depreciating assets and things like that. So yeah, you can definitely like reduce your taxes as much as you can, but like make no mistake, unless you're, you know, big boy Amazon or Google or Apple, like everyone pays taxes. You can reduce it a little bit, right? But even in the sense of like, okay, the most common example is like buying a vehicle and writing off the payments for a business expense, right? I drive around for work, so does my wife, right? So yes, you can buy a truck or an SUV or whatever and use that as a business expense to offset your taxes, and you can write off the depreciation of that vehicle, but you still had to spend $30,000 on a new vehicle, right? So it's like you'll pay $12,000 less in taxes, but you still had to spend, you know, $35,000 on a vehicle. So then that vehicle really only cost you like $24,000, because then there's still like additional stuff. Like there's workarounds and loopholes and, you know, gray areas with taxes, but at the end of the day, the man upstairs always gets paid. So, and especially if you do want to buy a house and have a mortgage, you have to prove that you're making an income, right? So if you, just for easy math, if you made $100,000 a year and you had $100,000 in business expenses, so technically your net income was around zero, well, the government looks at it as you make no money, right? So if you need a loan for education or a vehicle or a property or, you know, or whatever, you have to actually make an income. Bro, life became so complicated. Yeah. But it is complicated, and I'll tell you what, it's not getting any easier. But the better you understand it, the further you're going to be ahead. You know, you learn this stuff now, and like most people don't even think about the things that you're asking about: taxes, mortgages, relocating, immigration, education. Most people don't even think about that stuff until they're in their mid 30s, right? You're 10 years ahead of most people just because you're asking the right questions. So good for you, for starters. Yeah. A $3 million property, hey? Let's look at some of these other places here. Well, this place actually looks kind of cozy. Still a 1.6 million. You know, you take this one off, you know, maybe take the 7 off, and then there and there we go. That's how much I could potentially afford one day. Yeah, this is, oh, you can do 3D tours. I love doing this. Not bad, right? What more do you need? You got your kitchen, place to chill, cook for your family. You got a deck, you know, you got a little bit of a backyard, right? I can see the fence there. Yeah, like this house would be great. I would like this house is way nicer than the place that I live in. See, there would be Diggler right there. That's in my office in the corner. Yeah, definitely remodel it for a bit. I'm an old soul, man. Like I'm in my 30s, but I feel like I've always had the style of someone in like their 60s and 70s. My perfect house would be a time capsule. I would love to find a house from the 70s, you know. They call it like, you know, say like original owner, well maintained. Find a house that was built in like 1972, something with like original hardwood floors, original wood kitchen. Actually, some of those old 70s houses had like metal kitchens. It's actually kind of crazy. It was just like the style back then. They had like stainless steel countertops and metal cabinets. That shit lasts forever, right? I actually don't even mind this tile floor, but yeah, I'm an old soul. That's what I like. Let's go look at the basement, shall we? Or the first floor. Oh, that's right. Why does it keep playing this? A lot of these homes in BC, and I think it's the same way in the States, if I'm not mistaken. I wish we had some American viewers in right here. But this is what they just call like slab on grade, right? There's no, why did you stop? There's no basement, right? So they just pour a concrete foundation. So, where's my style here, or my brush here? There we go. So, imagine this is a concrete slab, right? And then, you know, you've got your first floor, and then like your second floor, you know, of your house. I'm gonna move that. Actually, gonna put the concrete slab here. You've got first floor and, you know, second floor of your house, and you know, whatever, something like that. You get the idea, right? There's your house. But in Alberta, we have basements. Now, do you know why we have basements? Mr. GHH5V, do you know why we would have a basement? Because of the cold. There we go. So when you have, actually, man, I'm surprised you knew that. Most people go, I don't know. Because of the cold. You're totally right. So in BC, it still gets cold, but you don't get the -40 temperatures that you get in Alberta, right? So we have to dig a hole, 8 to 10 feet in the ground, and that's where you run, your water. Whoops, that's where you run your water lines to your house. Because if they were just below the surface, like they would freeze, right? And you'd have no. They call it like your frost line or something like that. You have to bury stuff at least like, I want to say it's like at least 6 feet underground, right? So like the first 6 feet, it's called like the frost line, frost layer, something like that. You are absolutely right. It is because of the cold. And then they'll usually run, they will usually run the water line kind of into like the middle of your house where it's like the warmest, right? Because you couldn't run a water line on the outside of your house because, to all your bathrooms and stuff. I can only speak to in Alberta. Like I'm just assuming that that's the way it is in, in other cold areas. Then the water line goes to the middle of your house. This might go to one bathroom. There's a shower. This might go to your kitchen sink. This might go into, another shower, and then you might have, another shower and, sinks and toilets and stuff. But yeah. How does hot water? We have hot water tanks, something like that. You could get like 100-gallon. Is it separate than water bill? So yeah, like we have Notepad, just to like live in a house, you need insurance. You have property taxes. You have city utilities, and this would include like garbage pickup and water usage. And then you have power, as in like, this is like watts, like your electrical power. And then you have your natural gas. And how it works is your water usage comes into your house, and then it usually gets heated with natural gas. Not in every case, but I would say in 90% of homes, your water gets heated up in a hot water tank. Well, that's shopping, but yeah, literally like this. Yep, natural gas. So the natural gas, where did my little notepad go? Is for, the furnace and, hot water tank. And then your power is for like your furnace fans and then like all electricity. That's not spelled correctly. No, I wouldn't say it's very dangerous. I mean, it's all sealed pipes, right? No, you don't have houses that like blow up, right? That just literally never happens. I can truthfully say I've never ever seen a house in my city, catch fire or blow up from from natural gas. Nope. You want to know what the main cause of house fires are? Imagine if a house exploded because of that and those pipes are connected. There's like backflow prevention like safety precautions. Like I don't 100% know how it works, but there's like, yeah, if there was a fire in your house, there's like one-way valves. You know what a check valve is? Like so the gas can only go one way. So even if your house technically just exploded, right? It would only be able to kind of go, it's usually somewhere in your backyard. If we go back to like the paint example, right? Yellow is the color for natural gas, right? So if you had a natural gas line coming into your house somewhere in your yard, like right around here, you know, it's probably, I wouldn't know. It's like before the sidewalk, but before your house, right? There's usually just like a one-way valve, and the gas can only flow in, and that's it. But I'm willing to bet that the main cause of house fires across all of North America are to do with like kitchen fires, you know, from a stove or an oven, like natural gas or electric, or stain rags catching fire. Do you know anything about this? Like, you know, hobbyists and woodworkers, you know, they will, there we go. Here's literally a dude in his garage after a garage fire. All they do is they know they're staining a piece of furniture. Maybe they're making a wood picture frame for some art, and the rags from the stain spontaneously combust. That is the most common kind of fire you see around here. Yeah, just stuff like this, you know, varathane wood finish. Scary stuff. We learned about this in college when I was an automotive technician. Yeah.
Hobby or a way to generate extra income. And that's great, but whether you're a seasoned professional or somebody that's just starting out,
does he show a video of this doing it?
One's self-combust and just how long it takes. Now I'm going to be here to monitor these, and I've got a fire extinguisher on standby every 30 minutes. And 30 minutes ago we were still at room temperature, and now you can
see. So after 30 minutes, this sucker shot up to 222 degrees Celsius. This is ready to catch fire. Yeah, weed is legal in Canada. It sure is, coast to coast.
See that it's getting up there. We'll let this thing keep going and see how long it takes to catch on fire. All right,
there
so
we go.
We're at
See,
a little over the 5-hour mark.
Isn't that wild? That it just all it is a rag that doesn't have as much oxygen to it. You can see the timer here. I think this might be 5 hours and 4 minutes. And she catches on fire. So this is what people do. They're in their garage, they're staining stuff, you know, and they just throw a rag on the floor, or they might drape it over the end of their workbench, and bam, catches fire. 2 houses in my neighborhood have burned down in the past 2 years from garage fires, and the garage catches on fire, and then it usually catches the house on fire. And then depending on how close the neighbors are, it'll catch their house on fire as well. Yep, pretty wild. I wonder if these other ones catch.
I'm gonna throw some baking soda on this and douse it in water, get this thing taken care of before it gets out of control.
Yeah, I would venture a guess that probably most Canadians have. You know, it's expensive, just like alcohol and everything, right? That's just the way it is. I mean, it's hard to describe. You know, you could just compare it to a little bit like alcohol, right? It's an impairment, right? Like, don't they, you know, it makes your head a little cloudy, makes you kind of calm, you know, kind of like slows you down a little bit. You know, it's like a tougher thing to describe. Oh, look at this. See, this place has a basement suite. So obviously it's $1.5 million, and they gotta have two families living down here. Just to pay for the mortgage. Does it make you panic? You know, that's a really good question. And like everybody asks, like, does it make you anxious or panicky, right? That's probably the most common question asked. And I have a theory, right? Because because it is legal or illegal, sorry, because it is illegal in most of the world, right? It really is only in, I mean, it became legal in Canada and like, I don't know, was it like 2020 or something like that? I can't remember. It's like not that long ago, like definitely since I've been an adult. And it's only legal in some of the states, right? But I think that the the anxiety and panic that comes from smoking weed comes from the anxiety of like I could get caught. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, have you ever jaywalked on the street and you kind of like look over your shoulder and you're like, shit, am I going to get in trouble? Or it's like I'm not condoning doing something illegal. It's like, but what it's like, if you ever, I don't know, like not returned your shopping cart at the grocery store and you're like, oh, I hope they don't find out. It's kind of the same thing, right? I think that the paranoia comes from the decades, well, I guess even it's like centuries of it being illegal, right? Because there are people that grew up with it that I know that have been around it their whole lives, and they like the concept of it making you like paranoid or anxious doesn't even exist because it's like okay. You kind of know what I'm saying? It's right. Think about like, so I'm a millennial. You're like 10 years younger than me. Are you a Gen Z? Is that what they call it? I can't remember. But it's the like the generation of kids that are going to grow up with it being legal. I just have a theory there won't be any paranoia because oh, you can go in the backyard because there's no risk. You know what I mean? I think Morocco is one of the biggest weed producers. I need to try it someday. Well, I don't think you necessarily need to. It's just you just can. I would challenge you and I'd say I'm pretty sure that British Columbia is one of the biggest weed producers in the world. It's like Hollywood has made many movies about like BC Bud. It's like a known thing. But see, there we go. This is even bigger than my backyard. Not too shabby. So yeah, that's what I think. I think it's the paranoia of getting caught, right? Of like doing something illegal, right? It's like I don't exactly engage in illegal activities, so I don't have anything to like compare it to, right? But it's like if you're doing something that you know that you probably shouldn't, people will be like, oh, that's where the paranoia comes in. If you pick up what I'm putting down. Ooh, let's look at the 3D view of this place. I actually have a 360 camera that can do it. That can do like house walkthroughs right here. It's the Insta360 X4 and X5 right here. This can do just take off this little condom off the covers. This can do, it's got a camera on the front, camera on the back. It does 360 degree 8K recording. You know what? Let's ask ChatGPT. Where is the biggest weed pro? Okay, actually, please rank the biggest weed producers in the world. I always thought BC was the largest, but someone in my chat, just kidding. Never mind. Searching the web. Please rank the biggest weed producers in the world. I always thought BC was the largest. No shit. Morocco, number one. Historically, the world's largest, harshest producer, 19% resin. I don't know what that means. Was 73,000 HA under cultivation. It's a fire. But weed is not legal in Morocco, is it? Afghanistan, number two. So what are we talking here? BC isn't even on the top 5. I figured Mexico would be up there. BC is a major player within Canada. Okay. Well, I know that like the movie Pineapple Express, you know, they talk about BC Bud, like the whole Cheech and Chong, like that was really big in the 80s, you know, from like the previous generation. They always talked about BC Bud. Well, that's good. Let's look. Is weed legal in Morocco? I don't think it is. Could be wrong. Cannabis in Morocco is completely illegal for recreational use, but legal for medical, industrial, and cosmetic purposes. Well, I don't know about any cosmetic weed. I don't know about people putting weed on their face, but it's kind of like, you know, for medical purposes, okay? Or it was like before weed was legal in Canada, you used to be like, I live in a really small city, so this wasn't like it here. But like, remember I said, like, where's my my BC map? Like if you could go to Vancouver, you used to see signs in Vancouver where you can walk into a doctor's office and it's like, you'll see big billboards and it'll be like, got back pain? Get medical marijuana prescribed, you know, things like that. So you think weed sellers in Canada make a lot of money? Let's ask. We can ask ChatGPT. But but yeah. So before, when it was illegal, you could go to a pharmacist or a doctor and say, I don't like taking Advil and Tylenol, you know, acetaminophen and ibuprofen, you know, those I don't like taking those things, but I get headaches. And they'll be like, well, would you like some medical marijuana? You know, and they'd give you what they call a green card. And it's basically like a pharmaceutical license to get medical marijuana. Or you can say that, you know what? I have a really stressful job. I need a way to come home and relax. And then the doctor says, well, would you like some nice indica, you know, to smoke when you get home? And they'd be like, yes, sir, I would. So that's what they mean by medical use. So in Morocco, I'm just guessing, but I bet you if you were to do some Googling, you'd be able to find some medical clinics that essentially specialize in like getting people like a medical license. And not in like a medical in the sense that like you have cancer and you need to smoke marijuana to or consume edibles or consume THC to deal with chemotherapy treatments. Like not talking about that kind of medical. Like you can literally just be stressed out, you know, and a doctor will find a way to get it to you. Well, I'd be careful about selling it if it's illegal. That's going to get you in trouble. It's so cheap here. Like, what does it cost per ounce? Like in Canada? Oh, you sell it in Canada? I do think I don't actually know how that works in Canada. I think you have to sell it through a dispensary or something like that. I don't know the business implications. But there's a marijuana dispensary like a 10-minute walk from my house, you know, a 5-minute drive up the street. You know, there's probably dozens of them around here. I'll sell it to clinics or pharmacies. Yeah, you might have a hard time with that because it need to be regulated, right? One of the reasons why we have such high taxes for most things is it's government regulation. As of 2024, thousands of hectares are legally cultivated under licensed farms. Yeah. Well, don't get in trouble. I'm not advocating for anything like that. Yeah. I bet you I bet you like marijuana is probably legal for like medical reasons in a lot of different places. But it's like, yeah, as far as going to a store and just buying it, you know, like just like a liquor store, right? Going and buying a case of beer or, you know, a bottle of tequila or vodka or something like that. Um, yeah. It is literally that simple to do here. You just go to a store and, you know, show your ID and they'll show you a catalog and you just walk out with it. It's illegal, but they do it anywhere and no one cares. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And like I've been to Mexico before, right? I've been to some like all inclusive resorts in where is Cancun? Oh yeah, see, I've been to Playa del Carmen before. Um, you know, I've stayed at so yeah, I've been to Playa del Carmen. I've actually driven past this Hard Rock Hotel. Oh, Grand Serenas. This is literally where I've been, right here, Grand Serenas. But it's like you can go on the beach. Yeah, this is literally like I've literally been here for 2 weeks. You can literally go on the beach and you will see people. They call them Jamaican cigars. That's what they call them in Mexico, or at least what they told me. But but people just like sit on the beach and smoke weed. It's illegal in Mexico. I know it. I know it is. Um, but it's just like no one cares, right? And same thing when we went to so we were at the Grand Serenas, you know, and you take you know, essentially a highway or sorry, you know, a little bus up the highway and you go to Playa del Carmen. That's like a big um you know, like a kind of touristy shopping area. I mean, there's locals that live there too, and there's people that sell it on the street, right? And people that walk on the street. But it's like as long as you're not causing mischief, you know, as long as you're not selling pounds of it to people, I don't think that, you know, too many people care, like you say. You know, it was kind of like even that in Canada. Like I knew people that smoked weed before it was legal, and you know, you're not smoking it in parks in front of people, right? If you're doing it in your own backyard or your own deck in the confines of your own property, you're not disrupting the peace. I mean, you know, it's kind of the same thing. So like I wonder if ChatGPT can get, so it's like this will be in Canadian dollars, but you can buy like there's 20, I think is there 16 ounces? No, there's 16 ounces in a pound. I used to be really good with this stuff from cooking. Yeah, there's 28 grams in an ounce, 16 ounces in a pound. You can buy a gram, right? Like so a gram of marijuana between like I would say between 10 and $20 Canadian for 1 gram. Like that's if you go to a dispensary. It's pretty it is expensive. You know, and in Morocco it's probably $1. Yeah, I mean it could be. I know in Mexico, yeah, it was about less than $10. You know, I think it was around $4 or $5 a gram. So it's not cheap. It's definitely not cheap. I think it is more affordable in the US if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's nothing's cheap anymore, that's for sure. The Bahamas, never been there You know, you would think with like Canada being such a big producer that it would be more affordable, but no. It's because I think the government taxes it so much. It's like, have you ever looked at the cost of fuel at the gas station? Right? Like, so like right now, like cost of gas in Calgary. Do they have a price? There we go. This was like what the price was over the weekend. Like $1.24 per liter, not per gallon, per liter. Isn't there like 4.5 liters per gallon or something like that? But out of this, $1.84, or sorry, $1.24. I bet you like closer to 80 cents to $1 is taxes. Like at least half of this, I bet you, is just tax. It's the same as here, and you're a cheap ass country. Well, gas is a little bit cheaper in like I said, I live really close to Calgary, right? It's like I think Edmonton is the capital, Alberta, but like Edmonton and Calgary are like the same size. But fuel, like diesel and gasoline and propane, is a little bit cheaper where we are because like Alberta is oil field country. There's just like northern Alberta is like it's just so much oil. Like Fort McMurray. I'm just gonna Google like Fort Mac and see what does Google say. Fort Mac. Fort McMurray is an urban service area in the regional Buffalo, Alberta, is located northeast. Blah blah blah. Okay, it doesn't say any. Oh, is the national petroleum. It has played a significant role in developing of the national petroleum industry. So like Fort McMurray, it's like, I don't know where I would zoom in and or whatnot, but like, hey, there we go. I think this is what they call the oil sands, right? Like Saudi Arabia is all like this, right? This is just a little patch in northern Alberta, but because we get the oil here, the gas is a little bit cheaper here. So no electric cars propaganda there. Well, there is actually a lot of you use the word propaganda. Here's a hot take, man. Like electric vehicles don't really work that good here because of the cold, right? Electronics and cold don't mix. Yeah, like I knew my parents knew somebody, or so I guess a friend of my parents, they drove Priuses before and they got rid of them. And I think they had whatever the not the Model 3, like the smaller Tesla, right? Because Teslas were supposed to like solve all of these cold weather problems that Toyota had with their Priuses. But in the wintertime, you'll go from having a 400-kilometer range down to a 150-kilometer range because the car has to work so hard just to keep the batteries from freezing. Right? It's like an internal combustion engine is just that. Like combustion is fire, right? You're making, if you have a 4-cylinder engine, you've got 4 mini fires happening. Why does it keep doing this? You got 4 mini fires happening, and that fire creates heat, right? So vehicles get really, they're great to have in the wintertime because they get hot fast. But electric vehicles, they don't get warm. The batteries freeze. They're not that good in the snow. You're not really getting an all-wheel drive like power. If you're trying to plow through 2 feet of snow because you have to go to work, I'm sorry, but electric vehicle is not going to be doing you any favors. That's my opinion. No one drives electric vehicles here. Okay, no one is exaggerating, right? But I would say more than 99% of the vehicles on the road are gasoline or diesel, right? Diesel's really common here because we have so many trucks. In the oil field, we like our lifted trucks, our F-350s, our Super Duties, our big horn Rams, you know? I mean, the trucks are cool. What can I say? Yeah, no go for electric cars in the cold. Gee, do I have a picture of my, I'll close this. Still working there. Here, I'll see if I can, truck. Ah, here we go. Here's my truck right here. This is me. This was a couple years ago. We went camping. So I have a half-ton truck, they call it a 1500. So this is my whip, my vehicle. Like the tent isn't on it right now. I just drive it as a truck. We don't have too many wild animals. Like if you go into like if you just like look at the map, right, and you kind of see where the dark areas where there's trees. Like if you go into the mountains and everything like that, yeah, you could run into wild animals, but I mean Morocco, man, don't you guys have spiders and snakes? And I could be wrong, but don't you have like snakes and tarantulas and stuff like that? Because here's my take, right? I could be totally out to lunch, but it's like, I mean, not that much. Like, because it gets so cold here, we don't really have a lot of bugs, right? We might get some mosquitoes and, you know, flies here and there in the summer. But like tarantulas and spiders and none of that shit and snakes, it's too cold here. Like they die. Like that's why they're just not here. You really do have to go like southern Alberta if you want to get any kind of, you know, exposure to that and kind of into the States. But like the worst thing that you're going to see are like bears don't really like bears don't want anything to do with you, right? Unless you know, there's so much food here, right? Bears aren't going to really attack humans unless you're provoking them. You know, you don't really get, you don't get attacked by wolves. Coyotes are way too small. Like we have so much deer and elk around here. It's just like, if you leave the animals alone, they're going to leave you alone. That's basically it. As long as you're not, if you were camping in the woods, so long as you're not sleeping with food in your tent or truck or a camper or whatever, you know, and as long as you're not going out provoking things. Like if you go and walk into a cave with, you know, bear poop all around it, like you're you know, you're asking for trouble to you know, to run into a bear or something like that. But nah, for the most part, animals will leave you alone. Canada's nature side. You like Canada's nature side, but it's too depressing, so I'm kind of confused about living there. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you just have to know it's expensive and it's cold, right? And take it from me, nothing gets cheaper, right? We've been in a state of extreme inflation ever since, you know, kind of like 2022, you know, 2021. You know, when the economy started recovering after COVID, you know, just everything just started to get way more expensive, and nothing's going to get cheaper. So yeah, I actually agree with you there. Even where I live, where it's a bit cheaper, I don't know how you could live by yourself. Hey, homie, I checked your videos. It looks like you're new to Kick, now you get affiliate and verified. I got a proposal for you by sharing your stream to my community with thousands of followers. Man, fucking bots. I know. Dude, that's a bot. I'm sorry for calling you a bot. That's my bad. I always have to ask. I'm a small content creator, right? Especially on the streaming space. I've done YouTube and social media for years, but I just started streaming a couple months ago. And I get a lot of bots that come in and, you know, they ask, how you doing, man? You know, where are you from? Stuff like that. And then all they want you to do is like DM them, so then they can send you a malicious link to like infect your computer or something like that. Streaming is a lot of fun. I literally said the exact same thing. You know, I started building a brand and getting into content creation about 3 years ago. I said the exact same thing. I'd love to do it in the future, and I'm in the future now. I started this started this year. Growing a stream is hard. You know, oh, does this command work? There we go. If you wanted, you could subscribe to my main YouTube channel. I do have a gaming YouTube channel where I don't really upload a lot of clips, but every day on like the main YouTube, we're putting out shorts, sometimes even 3 times a day. I'm really trying hard to bring people over from, like, my YouTube shorts get thousands and like hundreds of thousands of views. I like to, like, I'm gonna probably wrap up the stream here in the next half an hour. My wife's gonna be on her way home from work, but I like to spend the first 2 or 3 hours of a stream doing exactly this. I love chatting with people. I'm having a blast talking to you right now. This is what I love to doing. I love the community interaction of streaming. Spend 2 or 3 hours talking about houses, talking about branding, talking about YouTube, content. That's my business, man. And then you go and spend a couple hours and play some World of Warcraft or Escape from Tarkov. I like League of Legends, DRC. I've never heard. Oh, Democratic Republic of the Congo. Okay. Never heard of that place. Yeah, Escape from Tarkov. Yeah. Yeah, they call it a tactical warfare simulator that takes place. Where's Russia? Right here. It takes place in Russia. I'm not a big fan of of horror and scary games. Like Tarkov is actually a little bit scary because it's so realistic. Like I get scared, when I'm in an apartment building alone and I know there's 2 other people in there and we all want the same thing and they're all gonna, they all want to kill each other. That's scary, right? You have no map. There's no radar, right? You're just listening for people, hearing them behind doors, hearing creaks on the floors. But it's not necessarily like a horror game or a scary game. Yeah, the stimulation in games is a real thing that people need these days. What kind of scary games? What's your favorite scary game? Oh, actually, 1 second. Just gotta run to the kitchen. What's the last game you ever played? Sorry, I just left something on the counter that needed to go in the fridge. Phasmophobia? I've heard of that. I've seen like some other Twitch streamers play it. Dying Light? Never heard of that one. With your ex, eh? Why is this person why is she your ex? Yeah, that's what you need to do. You need to find someone to, oh, she left? That's too bad. Find yourself a good partner and look to build a future in somewhere where you both want to live. I think it would be incredibly hard to start a life these days just by yourself. Yeah, I'm thankful. Yeah, it'll be almost impossible. Not impossible. You gotta be optimistic. If you can't think positive, you're setting yourself up for failure. But it's tough, but not impossible. It's tough to find a good one out there. There's lots of partners, lots of men, lots of women out there. But to find someone that you align with, can be tricky for sure. I'm super thankful for the position that I'm in. I got a really great wife, and she we both have similar goals and similar passions, and it's good to always have, even when we were dating, like we've been married for actually almost for 14 years. But even when we were dating, we would always talk about, like where do you want to be in 5 years? What are your 3, 6, and 12-month goals, right? Yeah, man. I got married pretty young. We got married and we were like, we were in our early 20s, 19, 20, something like that. Maybe we were to 2021, something like that. Yeah. You find someone good, you want to lock her down, and they think the same thing. Well, in hindsight, maybe it was a good thing. If she just left, it can be quite a bit more messy, but it's like you both want it. You both have to want it, right? It's like Hollywood that kind of tells you that it's like the girl just kind of sits there and just kind of waits for the guy to propose. But if the girl doesn't want to get married, if she doesn't say it, then you both have to want it. Yeah, if you can appreciate that and move on and just you know what you want, and just know that you avoided a messy, a messier situation in years to come because of the way things happen now. So that's the way you got to look at it. You got the right idea. But yeah, it's like relationships are a lot of work, and I'm gonna say they don't get easier. The work just gets different, if that makes sense. And honestly, man, this is my words, but people are really lazy these days. People don't like the word work. I think people are allergic to work. So when you say that relationships are work, people lose interest. Everything good in life is worth working for and working towards. Doesn't matter if that's a good job, a good education, or a good life partner. You got to put in the work and put in the reps. And it's almost trendy in some ways for people to want to act lazy, right? It's as if things aren't their time, or they want to put the onus on something else, that it's like, well, it's not working out because of X, Y, and Z. But I know deep down inside, you just got to work harder. But if it's not worth the work, then that's a decision that these people have to make. Yeah, that's too bad. It's too bad that it worked out that way, but at least that, you have the next steps to look forward to. So do they have Tinder in Morocco? Is that how you meet people? Like, where do you go to meet people in Morocco? Oh, I see. Yeah. See, back when I was, your age, Instagram was for taking pictures of your food. It wasn't a dating app. Oh, I see. That's kind of cool. That's cool how the dots connected. Yeah. But never knew each other. Yeah. You know, I heard that there's even, you know, granted this is just in, you know, North America, but there's even some colleges and universities that have, you know, stricter rules around dating, and you have to like sign documents and like get into like a dating, like an official dating relationship with the school. It's wild. I've been on that scene for a while, but I was watching a video about that. Well, if Destiny brought you guys together, then, you know, you got to look at, there was obviously life was trying to teach you a lesson. That's all life is. Life is a series of lessons, you know. It's all the things you learn, series of lessons and decisions. You learn something and you have to make a decision. That's, you know, there's obviously different layers to that, like Shrek and the Onions, but just decisions and lessons. Yeah, we'll save that window. Morocco. Where else should we look? Yeah, I've never really ventured out of North America. That'd be cool too one day, but yeah, it's too expensive. I don't want to spend $10,000 to go on a vacation. No, thank you. Yeah, I love my little truck. Very, very cool. Let's look at a different house. Let's look at something. $2 million. Okay, okay. I don't necessarily like the look of houses like this. Like, it just, like, the roof angles feel really unnecessary. I know people will say it's like stylized and engineered and modern, but I don't know. Not for me. Like, I would not live here, right? But if it was my preference, I like simple, you know? I like simple and predictable. You know, do you think that you'd want to be up on this roof? If you got something stuck on the roof, do you want to be up there getting it down? If you had to clean your gutters, if you had to fix a patch or patch a hole? Nah. Ooh. It is kind of cool how it like brings you into the virtual. Yeah, too steep. That's what I mean, right? Versus where were we looking at? You know, even a place like this is more manageable, right? There's still some steeper peaks, but like this is easy, right? That's not very very steep. Yeah, the views, you're right. I like how you can go outside. Can I go outside here? I want to look on the deck. That is so cool how you can walk out here. But yeah, this is your $2 million view right here. Not saying it's nice. But do you want to spend 50 years of your life paying off a house just to get a view like this? You know? I'm never going to make $1 million a year. You know, I'm not going to make $500,000 a year. And you spend $2 million on a property like this and you see your neighbors? I'm sorry, but if I'm spending $2 million on a house, I want 20 acres, I want trees, I want a little pond. I want to be able to walk out on my deck wearing nothing but a house coat with a beer and a cigar. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see my neighbors for $2 million. Come on, dude. Come on. Yeah, a river or something like that. You're not wrong. Yeah. If I can't sit out on my deck, butt naked, enjoying a morning cup of coffee in the sun in the short few months that we have in the winter, I ain't spending $2 million on a house. All right, let's go back inside. But this is nice though. I kind of like the open ceiling. Ooh, I love this door actually, like the wood door. That might seem kind of weird, but we have so many just like white cardboard doors in houses these days, right? It's all it is. I love the natural wood. I mean, it could be, you know, fake wood or laminate or something, but way better than a white door. I have literally seen the shower curtain on Amazon before. Concrete and brick, no wood. Is that because it's so humid there? Like if you had a wood house, would it go like moldy and rotten because it's wood? Because I noticed that like when you go to Mexico, right? It's so hot and humid there, like nothing is made out of wood. It's all, yeah, like marble, concrete, stone, brick, all that sort of stuff, right? Because the humidity would make all of this wood warp and twist and crack and everything like that, wouldn't it? Yeah, wood, like where I live, everything is like, you know, like wood construction. Probably that. Yeah, yeah. Can you go to, where's the basement of this place? Yeah, I like this house. I really do. Oh, that's awesome. I love having like the master bedroom on the main floor. That's why I like about a bungalow. Like I'm not too sure if you're familiar with that term or not, bungalow, right? But it's basically like I have a tiny house, everything is on the main floor. Like we do have a basement, right? With the utilities and where the water comes in, but you know, bungalow's nice and cozy. Everything very centralized. But yeah, you spend $2 million and you see your neighbor's house. Come on, come on. What are we doing? Maybe there is no basement. I'm trying to find the stairs to go down. Oh no, here we go, here we go. What? Are you seeing this? The stairs go to nothing. Like you see what I'm looking at here, right? You walk down the stairs. There's a landing and 2 windows. I don't know why there's like a big gap and stuff like that here. You walk down, yeah, peak engineering. They just like, what? Did they forget to finish the house? I don't know. That's weird, hey? There's no way. Yeah, it's a haunted basement. Yeah, won't let you go to the basement. Weird. Yeah, it's like haunted basement, so they just sealed up the ghosts and be like, all right, they're in there. Can't come upstairs. Did you know that you actually have to legally disclose, like if you're selling a house, right? Like say you lived here, you're a rich man, you're selling your $2 million house. If this house was haunted, did you know that you have to legally disclose that it's haunted? Like, or else you could get sued. So if someone bought it and they start seeing ghosts in the basement, and they could come after you. But how would you know? I mean, I'm just saying, you have to know. It's the same thing if someone passes away in a house, right? I don't think there could be some stipulations, but it wouldn't matter if someone like tripped down the stairs and broke their neck, or if they literally could have just, passed away in their sleep due to old age. I'm almost positive that you have to disclose that someone died in that house. In Canada anyway, like or at least in Alberta, I'm almost positive that is the case. I mean, if you see ghosts, you're gonna know, right? Yeah, kind of cool. I like how you can walk around. That is kind of neat. I like all the tongue and groove. That's kind of cool. Like let's look at okay, let's set a price here. We can remove the map. We're gonna have a minimum of, let's say, 200 and a maximum of like 600,000. Let's go for sale. How do you do some filters here? More. Lot size. Okay, a minimum of 1 acre and a maximum of, let's just say, like, well, sure, 50 acres. Like, what can you... Pennsylvania... Kentucky, West Virginia. I think West Virginia is a cheap place to live. Like, look at this, for example, okay? You want to talk about a place to move? Dude, this is $235,000. Like, this is cheaper than my house. You look at a mortgage calculator, 235,000. You need $11,000 to buy this place, and your mortgage payment is $1,200. You can't even rent an apartment for $1,200. So as long as you have the discipline and the mindset to put away, $12,000 for your 5% down payment, there we go, $1,200 a month right there. Where was that place? Like, just look at this. Like, how many acres? 1.5 acres. That's perfect. Like, I have like, I don't even have a quarter of an acre, right? I think I have like 0.17 of an acre. It's around like 6,000 square foot. Like the lot, right? Like I have a tiny like 1,000 square foot house, but the lot is like 6,000. 1.5 acres? Oh, no way, man. 1.5 is tons. Like that's huge, dude. Is there a 3D tour in this one? There isn't. You got a couple outbuildings. You got a shed. It looks like a storage facility. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this house. Little wood stove. I mean, you can do some but that's the thing, though, right? If you pay $235,000 for a house, you can afford to put Not all right away, right? But you could put $100,000 into this house over 10 to 15 years and make it a place like this, you know? You make the inside of this house look like this house. Not actually very many pictures here, but it's all you need. I mean, I don't have wallpaper in my house, but you know, the place I live is honestly pretty comparable. Let's look at a different one. And now I don't even know where I'm looking, right? I don't know where good spots and bad spots are. Here we go, a little bit more expensive. Okay, now you get a garage for only $100,000 more. 11 acres, man. Do you know how many how big 11 acres is? Like you could go for a run or a bike ride around your property. Like that's how big it is. Awesome. It's going to be warmer, cheaper, cost of living not as bad. You got the wood doors. There we go. I love the wood doors. You know, you got a nice soaker tub. You and the missus can sit in there. Oh, excuse me. Ah, beautiful. Look at this. You can be in the kitchen. You know, I'm not too sure what kind of food you like to make. You can be making a little rice bowl, have a roast in the oven or something, be grilling steaks on the deck. You walk in, you've got your living room. With the pool and everything. Yeah, you can. I know that for $1 million, you can live like royalty in some of these smaller states. Like, let's go up to, let's just put this at $1 million, and let's just start at like 600. We can apply. Where is let's just find something else. Oh, really? There's not more places here? Yeah, I don't. If you like the cottage living, that's one thing. Why aren't there more places here? Look at this. Okay, here we go. And this just popped up on the right. Where is this in A? What is the AL state? Is that AL? I'm not too sure. AL state. Alabama. Okay. If you want, this is what, 879,000. Oh my God. Look at this. Are you kidding me, dude? I mean, you could put a pool in the backyard if you really wanted to, if you like pools. See, it's not hot enough for a pool. That's why people don't have them. But like this in Vancouver would be $5 million. This is awesome. So awesome. Look at that as your master bedroom. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, look, if you live in this house, that means you're rich enough to shop at Louis Vuitton. I love all the wood. That looks like oak. Beautiful. Nice walk-in shower. This home is filled with endless love and laundry. Ha 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 ha. That's like the Pinterest poster you see everywhere. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, sounds good. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I look at a lot of houses, and we'll do this again on stream. I try to be live like 5 days a week, usually from about 10 a.m. like Mountain Time to about 6 p.m. So I'm not too sure what time it is there, but yeah, man, it's been a real treat. I'm gonna wrap things up here right away. Anyway, my wife's off work in 1 minute, and she's on her way home, but. Yeah, thank you, good sir, and I'll see you again. See you again. Oh my, I'm gonna finish looking at the house. My goodness, the pool room. Ah, and the other bedroom. This would be my office and my studio. This is what we need. We got to put the computer in the back, the big L-shaped desk, the speakers, the 3 monitors. Hey, take it easy, man. Take care. Oh, so nice. Why do people buy these? Why do people buy pictures with the alphabet on them in case they forget? Is that what they're doing? Crazy. Oh, just magnificent. See, and this looks like Alberta, to be honest with you. Like we have, like we're in cow, like we're in the prairies, right? All we have is cows and pasture and Greenland and the rolling hills. But if this was in Alberta, this would be, you know, $2 million bucks. And how many bedrooms upstairs do they have? Well, I guess it says this house is 4,800 square feet. It's almost as big as my lot. There's the sunroom that we want. Holy. That's pretty sick. That area we were just looking at must be this like big area above the like the car pad. Not bad at all, boys. Well, we got to stream and build the community. We got to get that that Kick streaming money coming in if we want to afford a place like this. I see. This is like, what do you call, is this just like a carport? Is that what they would call this? Like that's the biggest ass carport I've ever seen. Probably no fish in there, but yeah. Your own private driveway. Ah, just beautiful. Well, there's your mosquito, you know, breeding grounds. So if I was a betting man, I would say that this whole wing of the house it was an addition, you know, because it looks like different brick pattern. So is this the big sunroom that they put in? And they did a sort of upstairs wing where they've got some, you know, cool extra bedrooms? Could be. What do we have here? Should we look at one more? I'm like so addicted to this. Pennsylvania. Old PA. Okay, what's the, okay, 3.59 acres. I could live there. Built in 2004. Like in my books, that's called new construction. Okay, look at this. $166 per square foot. This is like a third of what you would cost here. Yep, this would be 2 million bucks here. It's a bit McMansion-y, you know. I don't need this, right? Here I am talking about my little bungalow. It gives me everything. This is a lot of house. It really is. And the house is it pink? Am I wrong? That's one of those useless dusting areas that just gets dirty everywhere, am I right? It's a big master bedroom. That's almost too big. I feel like you're sleeping in a Costco. Well, at least the fixtures aren't gold. I'm not a fan of all the gold that we see in modern houses these days. Wow. Not too bad, not too bad. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap up the stream right now. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with this Canadian nerd on this Wednesday afternoon, morning, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. We are live. We try to be live 5 days a week, same time, same hour. And tomorrow, you can count on that as well. Might be a little bit of a shorter stream because we're going to be tapping into the Oilers Panthers game earlier on in the evening. But with that said, thank you, thank you, thank you. We will be back same time, same hour tomorrow. And until next time, peace. Derek out. Where's my buy screen? There we go. See ya.